Kenmore City Council is now in session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)B and I. The City Council will now enter into executive session to 1, consider real estate acquisition, and 2, discuss potential litigation. This executive session is slated to last 90 minutes until approximately 7 p.m. The Kenmore City Council is exiting executive session. We'll be taking possible action related to the executive session. Mr. Michaelman, I'm sorry. You take a seat, please. The chair would entertain a motion to suspend virtual comments and virtual public hearing testimony until council adopts rules of procedures related to virtual public comments and virtual public hearings, which suspension shall take effect immediately after this meeting.
Second.
That's a motion.
So moved.
Okay, motion, second, Councilmember Marshall. Motion is second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Deputy Mayor.
I think it's important for our communities to understand the root of this. Last week, we had really disruptive, hateful speech flood our public comment online. We as a council respect public comment, and we want to maintain the ability to keep it accessible. In order to prevent such hateful disruptions from happening again, we are working with staff to make sure that there is a way for us to maintain online public comment in a healthy environment. So that is at the root of this decision, and I wanted to be transparent about that. Thank you.
I appreciate the comment, Deputy Mayor. This is a short-term fix that we will be having rules coming to us the next few weeks to reopen virtual public comment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Would you repeat the motion one more time before I take roll?
Yes, let me suspend virtual public comments and virtual public hearing testimony until council adopts rules of procedures related to virtual public comments and virtual public hearings, which suspension shall take effect immediately after this meeting.
Thank you. On that motion, Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Regretfully, yes.
The motion passes.
All right, we're now adjourning our special meeting, calling the regular meeting to the order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Baker, Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Councilmember File,
Here.
all present.
All right, we want to acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Sauksuatl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Would you all please stand and join me in the flag salute? Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Seeing no objections, the agenda is approved. Mr. City Manager, where's the fun?
Let's go back to last Friday night. We had a couple of things that our co-creator residents put on. And if you look there on the screen, Samuel Rodriguez, a local business owner, Kenmore resident, and co-creator offered free salsa dancing classes at the hangar on Friday night. And it was a lot of fun. He's a good dancer and he's a good teacher. So that's just one small moment there that's captured on this photo, but just a wonderful time. And then if that wasn't enough, just right after this was the Arts of Kenmore Gallery exhibit, open house, and also a documentary that was shown. And this is an extra special exhibit. So this gallery has artists who are visually impaired. And it's beautiful art and it's amazing. And so this was showcased, and thank you, Mayor, for coming and welcoming everybody and getting the event kicked off. Right after the mayor's comments, there was a documentary shown about a school for the blind in the Bronx, New York, and how they have art as a way for these students to express themselves. And it was definitely a really touching and wonderful documentary. Highly recommend it. So that's where the fun is, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next up, public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council is not engaged or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you're online, please use a raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. We'll only be calling on folks who raise their hand before the first person and before the first on-site person begins speaking. So raise your hand now if you wish to speak. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. Again, if you're virtual and you want to speak, raise your hand now, or you will not be called on. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have about 10 guests wishing to speak. We'll start with the first 5. Carl Michaelman, followed by Dwight Thompson, Patrick O'Brien, Chris Olson, and Tracy Benazinski. Mr. Michaelman? Okay, we'll move on to the second person. Dwight Thompson? No problem. Dwight Thompson?
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the council. I am Dwight Thompson, a resident of Kenmore, and speaking tonight on my own behalf. I recommend that the council adopt the Rapid Progress Plus approach to surface water management fees and habitat restoration and culvert removal projects for the years 2024 to 2030. We have an urgent need to restore our fish habitat so we may restore our fish runs in our creeks. The longer that we postpone the restoration, the less likely we will be able to see our native fish runs return to Kenmore. Culverts and habitat restoration are not cheap and are not insignificant projects. Our residents have repeatedly indicated that our environment rates among their top concerns in Kenmore. These projects will also go far in planning for and implementing density limitations due to our environment. A small investment like this will reap very large rewards for our residents with only 7 years of increased surface water taxes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Carl Michaelman?
Carl Michaelman from Briar. Also own a business here at and property. And according to Karina File, I am a non-resident. Anyway, regarding last weekend, I as well was appalled about what happened. And it was very, very concerning. Okay. And I did just split out saying you're letting them win. All right. We have difference of opinions, but I'm going to move forward and hopefully this will get resolved so everybody is safe. However, I am going to have a very serious conversation with you, Mr. Mayor. You went ahead and you did a great job cutting off those son of a guns, okay? But when it came down to you telling people how they're going to talk on a public hearing, when you all went ahead and talked of questions of what was going on, I wanted to talk. Some reason there's some technical difficulties there still. But the point being is, you do not have the right to tell people how they're feeling about a situation, even with Patrick bringing up the water and the roads and the pollution. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is not the Nigel show. We, the people, have a voice. And Nigel, you can't keep us quiet. When it comes to this city, I have a lot of passion of it, and people know about that. This community is wonderful, but you cannot stipend the people's voice when they're talking and you feel like, hey, that has nothing to do with the public hearing. You're wrong. Some people are talking, and maybe it might not go ahead your way that you like to hear it, but it does go ahead and we have a voice. So Nigel, I would ask you to use your 2 ears to listen. And even if you disagree, because I know you and I disagree with each other a lot, okay? But the point is that you need to keep an open mind to these people that are speaking just because you don't like to hear it and you want to control where people are talking. Lastly, I think this council, after last week, should publicly condemn Hamas for what happened, because this craziness is spilling across the whole world. And we heard part of it last week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelman. Patrick O'Brien, followed by Chris Olson and Tracy Benazinski.
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. First of all, when you have your preference of how you respect the land in Kenmore that was gathered from the tribes, until you do something about the asphalt plant, testing for PCBs, dioxins, and lead in the water, you don't have any right to say any of that. And you repeat it week after week, and yet you're abusing the natural resources of Kenmore. Secondly, I expect an apology from both Rob Carr-Lindsay and Nigel Herbig. He interrupted me when I was on target. He showed up late. One of his employees had already spoke to the fact on the trees and what they could do. I was furthering that comment, and you interrupted me and stopped me illegally during my public comment. I demand an apology from you for doing that. And when somebody asks for their time back, you give it to them if you've stepped on their time. That was my time, not yours. Rob Carr-Lindsay, I commend you on supporting your staff. I can see why you'd want to do that, but you really can't do that. There's all kinds of ways to support your staff, but making a comment in response to a public comment is not part of the rules, as I think you'll agree. So I don't need an apology from you. I just need a smile, a Carr-Lindsay smile saying, yeah, I did it, and I'll try to avoid doing it in the future. All right, so this is the place where we utter public grievances. You do not get to say what we can say up here. This is when we air what pisses us off or makes us happy about this city. And you don't treat it that way sometimes. We have the ISP address of the guy that was screwing up the online thing, and you can prosecute him. You didn't need to stop or bar the number of people that testify on the internet. We like that ability, and not everybody can get out, and you can prosecute him. You have his ISP address. So why don't you use that rather than cutting everybody else out? So I want to see less support of employees that do wrong things. I want to see you balance your budget. You have a initiative to go out there and see where you're spending too much money or how you're going to balance the budget. So this latest code, who invented the need to revise all the code? And what is the purpose of that? And where did you glean that information? Was it the League of Cities again? You get these boilerplate ideas, you implement them, and the public has no idea of how much more power you gave somebody like Brian Hampson, who I know abuses his power, and yet he got rehired. And I want him gone, and any employee that infringes on the rights of the citizens and the property owners, and the process we have of going to a hearing examiner. Sometimes he's selected them. It goes to King County Court. The person with the property has the burden of proof then, and it's a mess. And I've sent out some of the court cases that the city has lost, and it's more than $250,000. The litigation that this city engages in is very costly. I have a few more things, but reclaiming my time would be a hot button if anybody interrupts me in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Chris Olson and Tracy Benishinsky.
Hello, Council. I'm Chris Olson. I live on 62nd. I don't have much to comment on some of the items that we just heard. I am more here tonight to just mention a couple things that I would have liked to put in my application that I'm going to be sending an email on in the next few days here that I feel I should have put in my application, which is simply that I am an employee of a consultant that sometimes consults with the city, and I'm interested in the Planning Commission. I have confirmed that I do not have any ethical issues with this, but I do want to just, make it public that I have worked on city projects in the past, and would likely recuse myself going forward if I were on the Planning Commission, especially if there is any type of conflict of interest where my company is involved, or I shouldn't say my company, the company I work for is involved. Furthermore, whatever opinions I have are not reflected by the company, unless it's by coincidence. Yes, I intend to send a written statement as an addendum to my application with this, just to make sure that it's all on the public record and there's no question about that. Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, I would like to back up the comments about increasing the fees for stormwater management. Culverts are a serious problem and they're expensive. They're hard to remove. You have to remove them in a short period of time. You have to then put in a new culvert also in a short period of time when the windows for spawning season are not impacting construction. And so unfortunately, it's proven to be a very expensive project to undo the damage that we've done in the past. Yeah, other than that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Benishinsky, followed by Sal, last name M, Matt, last name T, and Elizabeth Mooney.
Tracy Benishinsky, Kenmore. I come before you this evening to express my strong support for the surface water management fee rates and Rapid Progress Plus. I am perhaps an obvious voice to champion this scenario, as it would allow for some of my very favorite things: removing fish blocking culverts, improving water quality, and restoring wildlife habitat. So I checked myself by asking my mom, also a resident of Kenmore, what she thought. I think they should do this, she told me, pointing at Rapid Progress Plus on the postcard. I asked her why, and she told me because the rate difference between Stay the Course and Rapid Progress Plus is relatively small, especially in the first year. Salmon are important, and seniors and low-income households are exempt. Then I asked my 11-year-old what he thought. He took his time reading the postcard and then said, in most cases, people don't pick the most far-out extreme option, but in this case, Rapid Progress Plus. I asked him why a person might not usually pick the most far-out extreme option, and he said because it's usually the hardest and costs the most money. Why now then, I asked. Salmon, he said simply. I understand that there may be some hesitation to ask community members to pay a little more for Rapid Progress Plus. In response, I would like to ground you all as you make this important decision in words from Jim. Lishitovich in his book, Salmon Without Rivers, A History of the Pacific Salmon Crisis. Environmental debates that result from differing values often devolve into choices between economic and ecological values, between short-term economic needs and long-term obligations to future generations. There can be no satisfactory outcome to debates that pit humans against the ecosystems they must live in, or that set this generation against future generations. In the long run, everyone will lose. We must avoid this self-destructive course. If we are to have any hope of restoring the salmon to sustainable levels of abundance, we will have to begin by paying more attention to the salmon's world, not as it exists today, but as it existed before we simplified, controlled, and improved it. Although some of our damages to rivers cannot be undone, much can be changed. Some of the very things we can change would be funded by Rapid Progress Plus. But why must we do this work quickly? Why can't we save a little money now and go at a slower pace? Jim Lishitovich again. Salmon are among the oldest natives of the Pacific Northwest. They're like silver threads woven deep into the fabric of the Northwest ecosystem. The decline of salmon to the brink of extinction is a clear sign of serious problems. The beautiful tapestry that the Northwesterners call home is unraveling. Its silver threads are frayed and broken. Salmon are incredibly resilient fish, but they can only hold on for so long in inhospitable conditions. If we give them their home back, they will return. If we don't, they won't. As go the salmon, so do we. Thank you.
Thank you. Sal, last name M.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sal Manid. I'm a longtime but seasonal resident of Kenmore. And just to be clear, I am definitely a human and not a fish because fishes don't wear ties. So there we go. Moving on. First, happy Ballots Week to all who celebrate.
Could we get your name and residence for the city, for the
Oh,
record,
City
please?
of Kenmore. The name is Sal Manid.
Yeah, we'll actually need your actual name, sir. I'm sorry.
I cannot disclose that at this time.
John, come on.
Well, now you've said it. John Culver, Kenmore.
Thank you.
Mostly, though, I want to speak in the utmost and strongest support of Rapid Progress Plus, and here's why. Perhaps most importantly, Rapid Progress Plus sounds like some kind of cool peer-to-peer file sharing service from the 2000s. Personally, I'm sold. Also very important, we can see from the survey that the humans, the people have spoken. As the survey results make sufficiently clear, 54% of respondents voted for a plan that has the words Rapid Progress in its name. And the top vote getter was Rapid Progress Plus. You really do love to see it. It's good that people think this stuff is important. It's both convenient and encouraging because it is important. We know that salmon recovery is critical to so many aspects of ensuring a healthy environment, an ecosystem, as well as taking clear steps toward doing right by Kenmore's land acknowledgement. And for all the benefits and enthusiasm around salmon recovery, we now have a real chance to take significant action on it. So let me tell you some of my personal story. My family has called Kenmore home for, gosh, feels like thousands of years now, at least. And I have to tell you, Council, some of us are none too tickled at the current state of things. In the wake of decades of unchecked heavy industry and some slapdash development that cut corners on culverts and waterways, it's all really come to negatively impact our lakes, rivers, creeks, and streams in this place we've called home. Anytime I want to go anywhere, I gotta sit in traffic. Getting around is really inefficient. Everything's polluted. It's been a real headache. So a lot of my extended family has just decided it's not worth it and moved out to try to look elsewhere. Tonight, I am genuinely hopeful though, because Rapid Progress Plus could change that. So here's the bottom line, Council. It's not your fault that we're here. We are where we are. We don't need to guilt trip anyone, but you are in a position to lead the charge on the change and take steps toward corrective action. And the public believes in you by a healthy margin. Wield that public will. Transform that collective community encouragement into action, and dare I say, make change happen. Take it from a guy who literally has to swim against the stream just to get home. Even if it feels a little bold to be doing it, sometimes you just instinctively know what you gotta do. And if your decision-making process needs any more clarification, well, the success of future generations depends on decisions like this. So, no pressure. Rapid Progress Plus. Thank you all.
Thank you. Matt, last name starting with T.
Good evening, council, citizens. Well, signing in today, I had a thought in my mind, and it was to give thanks to all of you for being here. There's a lot of issues that we're posing tonight, a lot of things on the ballot, things that we voted for here, but.
We get your name and city
Oh,
residence.
Matthew Thomas Condon, yeah.
Is that in
Yeah.
city
So the coverage
residence?
place with you, Mr. Mayor, so a neighbor of yours.
So Kenmore, okay, thank you.
Yeah. As a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, I believe that us coming together and talking our differences is something that everyone needs to look at, whether it's Mr. Fish, which is a very nice presentation, or the officer behind me who lends his time every day to serve and protect our community. And for people that are taking notes and everyone here, I just appreciate all of you. You know, spent many times overseas, and everything I come home to was a hot meal, and sometimes that's as simple as that. You know, we all have families to go home to. We all have a precious government we love and represent. And at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, is we got to keep going back in here and making these issues important and talking through it as a community. You know, as much as we want to be divided sometimes, you know, let's just come together. It's a hard world out there with everything going around, and you know, it's not our place to solve overseas issues. You know, we got to solve what's going on right here. So for that time, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth Mooney, followed by Dakota Rash and Lori Sperry.
Hi, council and staff. Elizabeth Mooney, resident of Kenmore. Last week was, yes, stressful, cheapers. I think I could hear the comments better than you could out here. But one thing that we were trying to comment on had to do with the exceptional tree. I couldn't get on because of that person that kept coming in like 5 different ways. And thank you for keeping the calm, council and staff. But anyway, the whole idea behind replacement trees is that no net loss of square coverage of canopies. So whatever you do, don't let developers come in and take down trees and then replace them with numbers of trees, because this little tree is not going to replace 2 big, you know, trees that, so keep that in mind. Okay. And I know we're past the hearing, but thank you for the extra time, council. I just didn't get it in on Sunday, and it makes sense. Secondly, and this is at least today's point, rapid progress plus, yes, please, please, please. I totally support Dwight Thompson's and Tracy Bonazinski's comments specifically about that, and John Culver's. The other reason though, I know you have to worry about budgets, so just pay attention to this one comment that I've talked a lot about with my husband. And because we grew up next to the Adachi property, where the activities in Lake Forest Park have taken out another wetland, even since 2001, when the Adachi property went in. There are tons of problems as a result of Lake Forest Park taking out the keyhole wetland, which it's a long story, but the point is this. You spending more money now on the Rapid Progress Plus is going to save us all money later because of flooding. It's not just about salmon. It's also about climate change and water and the culverts that are not sufficient even now to support the surface water. So feel proud that you're saving people money, even the people who may not care much about salmon. You are being wise when you choose Rapid Progress Plus. And actually the survey was really cool. It came out ahead. Yay. I don't know how you did it, but hooray. And just don't let people say it's just for salmon. I love salmon. Yes, yes, yes. Streams, and we want salmon. That's going to be good for our whole culture of Kenmore. But it's because you're saving money and protecting people's property. You're protecting people's health, because people who are going to get flooded are going to be at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Dakota Rash,
Hello, can you hear me?
we can go ahead.
Thank you all for the time tonight. My name is Dakota Rash. I am a resident of Lake Forest Park. Rapid Progress Plus, I'm here to support it. Salmon are really such wonderful organisms. They are indicator species that tell us about what's happening in the environment around them. They themselves support many other organisms, and they teach us. They teach us about persistence. They teach us about resilience. They teach us about remaining true to the values of giving of ourselves to something bigger than our individual selves for the future. These are really essential qualities that I understand you all have been demonstrating really admirably recently. So thank you for that. These species deserve our support. And more than that, they deserve our priority. Our best shot at preserving the delicate ecosystems in this world into which we are delicately woven is to take a step back, to try a different method. Our experiment on this continent and across other continents is not working. We need to look at how best available science tells us we can actively restore environments as opposed to building as a default and maybe just not eliminating the river. We have to prioritize the natural environment, not just preserve it, but actively help heal it. I really appreciate the land acknowledgement at the beginning of the meeting. Those peoples manage these lands while creating life. Oyster walls on our coasts tell us that are hundreds of years old, that grew up in abundance without creating rapid death like we have. At this point, I want to highlight the stellar staff that Kenmore has. They have moved in the direction I just mentioned. They have and are currently doing the unfortunately rare work, but will be the trend in the future of looking at this and saying, hey, how can we prioritize preserving and restoring the natural environmental world? This is really amazing, forward-thinking work, and it's the kind of work that's going to save us in the future. So thank you all who worked very hard to put these plans together, and with the CAP plan too, looking at, hey, here's how you can really help and really take this priority step. So it's before you all now on a platter. You all have the opportunity to make what seems like an option over at the far end. I believe a previous comment said the most expensive, or the one that's not in the middle. You have the opportunity to make that the one in the middle, to make that the standard. It's going to have to be if we're going to preserve a livable future on this planet. So I sincerely hope you all decide to do so. I have faith in you. Let's light that fire of environmental hope tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Sperry. Lori?
Yes, hi. Testing 1, 2, 3. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Lori Sperry, City of Kenmore. Tonight, I'm going to read a creation acknowledgement. When Creator made the heavens and the earth was completely formless and empty, with nothing but darkness draped over the deep. Creator's spirit hovered over the face of the waters. Then the Creator announced, "Let there be light," and light burst forth. And Creator saw the light as pleasing and beautiful. He used the light to dispel the darkness. And Creator called the light day, and the darkness night. And so evening gave way to morning the first day. And Creator said, "Let there be an atmosphere above the waters." And he called it sky. The Creator said, "Let the water beneath the sky be gathered into one place, and let dry ground appear." And so it happened. He called the dry ground land, and water seas. Creator saw the beauty of his creation, and he was very pleased. Then Creator said, "Let the land burst forth with growth, plants that bear seeds of their own kind, and every variety of fruit tree, each with the power to multiply from its own seed." And so it happened. The land flourished, and Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. And then Creator made the sun, moon, and stars to illuminate the earth and separate the light from darkness. Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Creator said, "Let there be light," and let the waters swarm with life, and let the sky be filled with soaring birds of every kind. Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Creator blessed them, saying, "Reproduce and be fruitful." Creator said, "Let the earth produce every kind of animal, each after its kind." And so it happened. The Creator loved what he saw, for it was beautiful. Then Creator said, "Let us make a man and a woman in our image to be like us." So Creator made man and woman, and he shaped them with his image inside them. In his own beautiful image, he created his masterpiece. And Creator blessed them in his love, saying, "Reproduce and be fruitful." Creator surveyed all that he made and said, "I love it." for it pleased him greatly. And so the creation of the heavens and the earth were completed in all their beauty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Mayor Herbig, that concludes our public speaking list.
All right, and I did see that some hands came up after I had cut off, and I want to speak to those folks and just let them know that we had to change our rules a little bit about public comment. When we started public comment and we weren't able to call on people whose hands were raised late, we apologize for the inconvenience and the short notice on that. And we would encourage you to send in any comments that you have, email that into the council clerk, and we will get all of those. I apologize for any inconvenience there. Before we move to the consent agenda, can we get clarification from the city clerk about continued public hearings from last week? For the record, did we receive any additional written testimony from the public hearings?
Thank you, Mayor. We did. We received two written testimonies, one from Christine Brown on 10/12 at 2:20 p.m., one from Phyllis Finley at 10:15 at 12:50 p.m. Both of those were routed to the City Council. In addition, we also received comments outside of the testimony time, one from Marie Van Gerpen at 10:15, October 15th, 10:57 p.m., and Evan Edstrom, October 16th at 12:01 p.m. Those were also forwarded to the City Council.
Thank you very much. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just want to be clear that the consent agenda includes the exceptional tree ordinance as is. So I guess I would move to take that off and to have a brief discussion.
Okay. We'll move item B from the consent agenda. Yeah, we'll take that as, trying to think how we work that. City Attorney, we had a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Sherbick moved to take item B off. Our rules state that anybody can pull off anything with one person asking for it. Are we okay to move forward with the consent agenda with B off after the motion and second were made? Okay. Any further discussion on the consent agenda minus item B? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. Next, we will move to the item B on the consent agenda, ordinance number 23-0593, establishing exceptional tree regulations and procedures within the city. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I just had two clarifying questions, comments. Is that okay? And it relates to, the public testimony that we did get. One is around the permit fees, and I just want to, I guess, make sure I understand. I think permit fees they're not part of the ordinance. I mean, we discuss fees completely on a completely separate schedule. It's part of, I think, budget. And so my question is, when does that get discussed? Because I would personally like more discussion of that piece.
So the permit fees are part of the fee resolution, and it gets updated every year.
Yeah.
And that is coming in November.
Perfect, thank you. And the other clarifying question is around the when the city has to take an exceptional tree for a public use. What do we have to do? What kind of mitigation do we do for that? Is it similar to what a developer would have to do, I guess?
I would have to check to see exactly what the ordinance says for the replacement. Let me check and get back to you. Just a minute.
Any other questions on exceptional trees? Deputy Mayor.
Just to thank you to Councilmember Shrubnik for the questions that she brought to the table. I think they're very important. Thank you.
I'm going through, there are a couple different exhibits because it crosses over different code sections. So just a minute. So I'm in 1857-063, where it talks about variances and exceptions.
Which exhibit is that under?
It's attachment 3 of the agenda bill from.
Thank you. What was the chapter again? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Roll up. 1857-063, and it's, you have to scroll down to B3, or sorry, B4. It talks about public facilities, and it just says that they have the right to remove exceptional trees when necessary for roads, bridges, utilities, and facilities. So it doesn't specifically outline what the mitigation requirements are when that's permitted.
Well, I guess I would propose that we keep ourselves to a, if feasible, a similar standard for replacements that we're requiring of developers. But I guess I defer to staff to help me understand if that's realistic, and if not, why not?
I think it depends on what type of project it is. So with all of our roads, all of our road projects and parks, we do replacement trees more than even 1-to-1. So, and critical areas code requires 3-to-1 ratio, but we already do that for all of our existing projects right now. But if we wanted to include it, we could include that under that section that talks about what the replacement requirements are.
I think that would be great but I, again, defer to council here, so.
Deputy Mayor.
I fully support that. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, so the city clerk, if you scroll up under B variances, and then it talks about go past decisional criteria, time limit, under mitigation requirements there. It would be taking this section and putting it under the city's section as applicable. So for example, it's a replacement of a 3-to-1 ratio. And if that's not possible, we would replant it on public property, so another city property. I would recommend not putting the notice on title. That's probably not necessary. The city's doing it. We're going to maintain it anyway as a protected tree, but I'll leave that up to you if you want to take this whole section or just a part of it.
Just the replacement, I think is.
Just the replacement. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense. Deputy Mayor.
yeah, I agree. And I see this as highlighting what we already do, you know, by adding it in. It's incredibly important that we hold ourselves to the same standard that we do our community. Thank you.
Do we have any objections to the changes proposed? City Manager.
And I just want to make sure that it's all of G, both little I and little double I. There could be a situation where it's a really narrow piece of property we're working on and we may need to go off-site. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, that was my expectation. If it wasn't, if we couldn't replace it in that space, that we'd replace the trees elsewhere.
Yeah, I was assuming that we were doing I through IV and then dropping everything after V. If that makes sense. Does that? David, Councilmember Baker, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I received an email, I'm sure we all did today, from Evan Edstrom and his talking about Douglas firs and the classification. Has staff had a chance to look at that?
Yes, I saw his email.
An opinion?
I think it makes sense to include Douglas fir as an exceptional tree species. In all of the research we've done, it's a reoccurring species on lists in surrounding cities and in the Puget Sound lowlands.
Thank you.
I guess my question for staff is, would it be easier to make those changes and bring it back under consent at a future agenda, or would we want to attempt to amend it verbally now?
I think if we know what is going to be included under that section, I mean, is it the first? So it's it's A1, A2, and the A3.
I'm seeing G.
Oh, sorry.
G1, G2, G3.
3. So is it just 1, 2, and 3?
Deputy Mayor?
I think it's fine to go to 4, just section G to notice on to 4, and then notice on title was what we were not going to include. Yeah, I think it would be great if we could get this done tonight.
Okay.
Just gonna say this out loud.
So it sounds like it would be an adoption with an amendment to include G 1, 2, 3, 4, and to take that section and then move it down under public facilities as a mitigation requirement.
So moved.
Okay, first we need to move this and the ordinance, and then we can move an amendment. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
if I may, just maybe to simplify it a bit,
Of course.
when you go down to the exception, which talks about public facilities, you could just add a line that says the mitigation requirements of G1 through 4 are applicable.
That works.
Okay, if that works for everybody, then I would like to entertain a motion to approve proposed ordinance 230593, and then we will look at it.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Are there any amendments? Are there any discussion, I should say?
We would like to move to add the, or do we want to discuss? I think it's.
Oh, it's open for
okay.
discussion. You can make amendments during discussion, so.
I'd like to move to amend. I wish I could repeat the language. Section G 1 through 4, the language to say that we will be adopting that in the Public Works section of the ordinance.
Is that clear enough for staff?
I'm happy to have it clarified. Thank you.
Yes, yes, that's clear.
Okay. Need a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second on an amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the amendment, Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
All right, we're now back to the amended main motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt the ordinance as amended, Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The motion passes and the ordinance is adopted.
All right, on to the business agenda. Item A, Planning Commission recommendation on the public services element and utilities element of the comprehensive plan amendments presented by Principal Planner Todd Hall and Planning Commissioners.
Well, good evening, Mayor Herbig, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, and council members, community development staff, myself, Todd Hall, Principal Planner, and I are pleased to be here tonight with you, along with, I was going to say several of our planning commissioners, but I see that every single one of our planning commissioners is here this evening, so welcome. We would like to present two of the smaller, but certainly no less important elements of the City of Kenmore Comprehensive Plan, these being the public services element and the utilities element. I'll provide you with a very brief introduction on each of these elements, and then I'll hand it over to the Planning Commissioner, and first start with Chair Dwight Thompson and the Planning Commissioners, who will present the recommendations for each of the elements. So the public services element focuses on the key public services that are provided by the city and other service providers, including municipal services, human services, library services, public safety, and emergency services and education. Public services and facilities are a key determinant in the Kenmore residents' quality of life, as well as the capacity of the city to accommodate future development. And some of the key amendments that I'd like to highlight as part of the public services element include community and health services. In 2022, the Regional Crisis Response Agency, otherwise known as RACER, was formed, which is a collaborative effort with cities of Bothell, Kirkland, Lake Forest Park, and Shoreline. This partnership consolidated and standardized regional mobile crisis response services in the 5-city region. The first component of the partnership creates a 7-day-a-week crisis response coverage to strengthen community and police partnerships. It increases the connection of at-risk individuals with effective behavioral health services and treatments, and enhances community and first responder safety by reducing the potential for police use of physical force and reduces repeat calls for service. The second component of this partnership is the establishment of a crisis response center. The service provider hired for these services is Connections Health Solutions. They are a national innovator in behavioral health science or health crisis care based in Arizona, who was interested in expanding their services into Washington State. Connections successfully applied for and received 2 rounds of Commerce grant funds to help fund the siting of a 24/7 crisis center in North King County. This center will be in Kirkland's Totem Lake neighborhood located near the Evergreen Health Medical Center and should be fully operational by mid next year. The other component of the community and health services I'd like to mention is the mobile integrated health. This is currently operating out of Station 51 in Kenmore, and this is a team of fire personnel, social workers, and EMT that follow up with low acuity callers, individuals that have needs that fall outside of the typical 911 response. This would be like fall prevention, home health, mental health care, et cetera. This is funded by a 2020 to 2025 King County Medic I EMS levy. And then lastly, translation and interpretation services whenever possible to involve community members who do not speak English, and encouraging service providers to offer services, classes, outreach materials, and information in multiple formats and languages. Next, we have the utilities element, and I'll briefly touch on that one. The main point of the utilities element is to address a number of basic services that help, again, define the quality of life and maintain the health and well-being of Kenmore residents. It addresses electricity, telecommunications, which includes telephone, cable, and internet, natural gas provisions, as well as water, wastewater, and solid waste services. This element also addresses conservation and recycling. And some of the key amendments that I'd like to highlight as part of this element include Kenmore, as a regional leader in sustainability, should continue to lead by example by reducing the city's carbon footprint, by reducing the city's output of greenhouse gases. And this will help decrease the impacts of climate change and support the vision of a sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and healthy community. Encourage participation in regional efforts to increase renewable energy, both locally at the state level, as well as updating city codes and permitting processes to streamline installation of renewable energy infrastructure. Participate in regional efforts that support the development of new and/or amended regulations to ensure the efficient and safe location of battery storage facilities. And then lastly, wherever practical and feasible, encourage undergrounding of existing overhead facilities when significant work occurs in the right of way. And then the last slide I'd like to note is just some of the process that we've been going through on this, these two elements. The public services elements were originally presented to the Planning Commission in February 2023. Their questions and comments were addressed in April and again in June. And then most recently, July 18th, the commissioners reviewed revised elements of both of these again. And then on August 15th, the Planning Commission held their public hearing and made their recommendation to move forward to City Council. Both elements have been reviewed by the Department of Commerce, Puget Sound Regional Council, and Department of Ecology, and no comments were received from any of these agencies. Now I'd like to hand it over to Chair Dwight Thompson and the commissioners, and they'll go through their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, Deputy Mayor and council members. I'm Dwight Thompson, your chair of the Planning Commission. We have our entire calm, collected commissioners and commission here tonight. So they're all soft-spoken, but they're ready to speak. So since we were all here a couple weeks ago, I will dispense with the introductions. Tonight, we are transmitting for your consideration the public services and the utility elements for the 2023 Comprehensive Plan update. We have spent hours working on these elements. We've had many public comments, held the required public hearings. We considered all staff recommendations, reviewed and voted on each of the parts of these elements. We unanimously voted to approve these elements to be submitted to you for your action. Tonight, we'll begin with one element, and that is the public service element. A few items that we believe should be highlighted. The existing conditions were carefully reviewed and brought up to date in this element. They're worth taking a look at. For goals and objectives, there are added community service type of objectives, as well as implementation strategies. Commissioner Quadri will comment tonight on some of those, especially related to mental health. Additionally, you'll find a new objective emphasizing the importance of parks and open spaces. Commissioner Lutzis will then address the updates to the police and emergency services, as well as some comments related to the police chief's memo. Without any further comments, first, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Quadri.
Green light should be on.
He doesn't have a green light.
Excellent.
Got it.
Got one of the old ones.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. First off, want to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to be here. My wife and I moved here about 2.5 years ago, and it's been a blessing and a privilege to raise my 3 cats and possible future kids in this community. I'm here tonight to discuss the public service element of the comprehensive plan. I want to focus on the Planning Commission's collective recommendation to include and highlight the mental health services. This is something that I believe we all very strongly agree about. It's our position that mental health issues in society today is an epidemic that impacts every single person in this community. From someone struggling in our community to someone who's thriving, from a multimillionaire to a homeless person. I think mental health is an issue that impacts every single person. Studies have proven that untreated mental illness contribute to higher medical expenses, poor performance at school and work, fewer employment opportunities, and increasing criminal activity in our community. I personally come from a culture that is decades behind when it comes to acknowledging, appreciating, and addressing mental health issues. I've seen the impact of mental health issues in my own profession and within my own Muslim community. This is an issue that really truly does impact everyone, especially after the COVID pandemic. As a result of this, we're hoping to put an emphasis on the mental health resources in the comprehensive plan. Under the public services element, starting on page 9-5, the Planning Commission is suggesting that we specifically include language regarding mental health services. In addition, we believe we have a resourceful list of mental health services that the community can reach out to, which are listed throughout the public service element of the plan. Again, I want to thank the council for all the work that it has done for this city, and certainly appreciate taking our suggestions into consideration. But I do believe that mental health should be a focus under the public services element. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Lutzis.
Good evening, Honorable Council. Tonight, I'm going to briefly talk to you about updates to the emergency services portion of the public services element, specifically that regarding police and fire. As I'm sure you are all well aware, in the last several years, there have been a lot of developments when it comes to public safety in Kenmore, both in the law enforcement side of things as well as the fire side of things. And so I just wanted to quickly update you on some of the amendments that we made here and updates that we made just to bring this element up to date with a lot of the developments that the city has done. First and foremost, the Planning Commission took it upon themselves to look through and update statistics within there, as well as maps, to be the most up-to-date and the most accurate as we have them. Everything from patrol districts to response districts and things like that. And as well as updating a lot of the other numbers and data points that we have regarding call times, response times, differentiation between misdemeanors and felonies, which is actually something that I'll talk about in just a second, because we did have a more thorough conversation when it came to differentiating that based on local differentiations compared to national differentiations. We also inserted new sections, paragraphs on some of the larger developments when it comes to public safety in Kenmore, specifically the city's new community court partnership with Shoreline, which looks at an alternative method of intervention rehabilitation instead of direct incarceration. We felt that that was an important piece to include there, as we recognize the great work that has been done. Additionally, we added an additional section on the Regional Crisis Response, or RACER program or agency here in Kenmore. A lot of positive work has been done there as well to introduce crisis responders as an addition to police services in the community. On top of that, there's a new section on emergency management within this section of the comprehensive plan, specifically looking at NEMCO, the North Shore Emergency Management Coalition, between our local emergency services and the utilities district, as well as addressing Kenmore's comprehensive emergency management plan in that section. In terms of fire, as you all know, there has been a merger since the last time this element has come up for amendment between the North Shore Fire Department and the Shoreline Fire Department. And so with that, we went through and updated all of the data and figures regarding fire services to reflect the new statistics that we had, as well as Shoreline North Shore Fire merger and the new mission of that new agency and the benefits of that. We spent a lot of time talking about a memo that had come across our dais when we were working through this, that I believe that the council has also seen before, but just looking at police services, just sort of to wrap up. And in it, just to highlight some of the things that we discussed that have come from a lot of progress in public safety, are not only the RACER program, but also the RADAR, the Response Awareness De-Escalation Referral Program, prescription drug drop boxes, locking prescription drug bag giveaways, gun cable lock giveaways, safe place programs, house check programs, online reporting, everything to help increase and improve community safety and public safety in Kenmore and work in a positive direction. We also had a good sort of indirect conversation with our police chief about how locally we differentiate between felonies and misdemeanor crimes, because there seemed to be some disconnect between national standards when it comes to those classifications versus local. And we found that through a discussion that differentiating between felonies and misdemeanors would be difficult here in Kenmore and very data intensive. There are a lot of caveats because many of the crimes are felonies under state law, but do not meet the King County Prosecutor's Office filing standards. So they're filed as misdemeanors. So we see a lot of misdemeanors in Kenmore where they may be otherwise classified as felonies. Which I think there are a lot of benefits to that when it comes to looking at rehabilitation of individuals, as well as long-term progress and personal records and things like that. So these were just a few of the highlights of the public services elements, specifically in relation to public safety, emergency management, fire, and police. Thank you.
Your Honor, would you like to ask questions related to this element first, or go on to the next?
So, yeah, so far we've discussed, sure I've got this straight. Yeah, do we have any questions? Councilor Sherman?
Oh, I have a few. These are maybe just recommendations for editing it, since we're not approving it tonight. I mean, these are just something for you to think about. At the beginning, you talk about there's kind of a restructuring of where things go, and it looked like, for example, franchise and volunteer. I don't see them anywhere else. They got eliminated but not replaced in any other section. In the kind of catalog of services, a few things here. I don't know that single adults and couples would see themselves represented in that categorization that you have, which is family, youth, and senior. So maybe think about that. How would you, where would you represent them in that categorization? Just as a clarification, crisis connections, in addition to 211 in the crisis line, they have 988 and the warm line, as well as Teen Link, which you did mention. Plymouth Housing, with our new 100 units that's coming online next year, they are going to be providing housing case management, which is a key human service. And they will presumably also be bringing in, through contracts, additional human services to meet the needs of those residents and potentially other people. So it would be great to represent them there. And then the last comment in that section is there was a couple examples. The at work one kind of leaped out at me because it was in Bellevue. I think some articulation of what things are in your list and what aren't. So for example, you could limit the list to programs that serve Kenmore that are provided by cities that have a contiguous connection to our city boundaries. That would be one idea. Plus programs that are relevant for Kenmore that are countywide. I mentioned the at work because I don't think it's countywide and it's pretty far away. And it seemed, the list seemed like a little bit of a grab bag, neither comprehensive nor clear why it wasn't. So some articulation there. And then in the very last section, which is implementation or close to the end, the implementation section, there was an idea to have a human service guide. That's great in theory. I've seen this tried many times in different settings, and they pretty much immediately become out of date. So I don't know that, I guess I would suggest that we don't want to spend a lot of energy on that, and maybe list, a few key ones on our website and direct people to 211. Because it's really their job to keep up to date. So okay. So that's it for my comments on this element. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we move on to the next element then.
Before we move to the next, I'd like to recognize and thank the staff, Todd and Debbie, our 25-year veteran, who without them, we can't do our job. And so I want, before we run off of time, I'd like to recognize the new and the old, and they're a great team. So I appreciate that. Our next element is the utilities element. In this element, you'll notice the updated introduction referencing the Vision 2050 document from PSRC, and the countywide planning policies. The entire existing conditions section has been completely updated. It is quite the laundry list. Sure, council members Shrubnik will really appreciate that. It is, so it really is solicit services for our residents. We added 2 new goals: solid waste providers to provide education regarding sustainable consumption, and that's just putting it briefly. The second is to evaluate moving from a private to publicly owned energy provider. Tonight, Commissioner Vanderling will discuss the aspects of infrastructure and city codes. And after him, Commissioner Wyckoff will talk about being transparent about where our energy comes from and the exploration of joining or creating a new public utility district. So since that will be the end of our discussion, and except for your questions, I'd like to thank you for your time tonight. And this presentation will conclude our work docket products to our council for this year. Yay. Thank you also for trusting us to develop these recommendations for our community and our city. So first off is Commissioner Vice Chair Vanderling.
Thank you, Dwight. As Dwight said, I want to talk to you, comment today on the small but mighty utilities element. In the past, this has been one that's been much overlooked, but as we go through the changes and look at the sort of rate of change that we're going to be looking at in the future, utility is becoming a much more important section within our comprehensive plan. In particular, the transition from fossil fuels to green energy will drive much of that change. A successful transition will require the adoption of innovative technologies, some of which don't exist yet. We also need to build out the infrastructure required to support these new technologies. Of particular importance to the city government will be development of land use, policies and regulations that are responsive to these new technologies and infrastructure, and community acceptance of those changes. We've successfully faced similar challenges in the past. For instance, the siting of power transfer stations and more recently cell towers. Newer challenges will include location, size, appearance, and safety of power storage batteries required to backstop our community's energy needs when the conditions prevent the use of wind and sun sources. Throughout this draft plan and utilities element are reminders that diligent monitoring and nimble response to these changes will be required to guide our city's economic development while ensuring public safety, the livability of our neighborhoods, and the equitable enjoyment of the benefits that will be derived from these changes in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Commissioner Wyckoff.
There we go. I don't have a green light either. So I just want to very briefly draw attention to the fact that we had conversation on the utilities element about unveiling the verbiage used for one of the power generating sources of thermal as actually being coal generated. It was prior to this, it was my understanding that thermal must be some magic hole in the ground where steam evaporates from, and they magically turned it into clean energy for us. So that was an eye opener for me. I certainly would like us to see that be more transparent, and so we've made that note. Additionally, we wanted to add verbiage to, it was very heavily weighted to consider PSE as the only opportunity for power. So we tried to create opportunities for the exploration of a utility district that was public. We've seen many communities in the area, in the region, that have done this and seem to be quite pleased with it. And so that was the reason for some of the verbiage change in there that we've suggested. And additionally, just personally, I don't want to represent the rest of the team, and I'm speaking slightly off my topic, but I would be willing to trade one power outage per year for weekly recycle pickup. Just putting that out there. If we could get that in Kenmore, I rest.
Questions? Do we have any questions? Councilmember Sherbeck.
Not as many now, just a couple. I actually really liked how this element has evolved. Just want to say that it is often overlooked. It's kind of boring sometimes, but it's really coming alive now. There's two things. I am still under the impression, and maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that we still have parcels that are not on sewer. Is that correct? Okay. Do we, and maybe I missed it, do we have a policy that speaks to trying to move that forward, get the remaining parcels onto sewer? Maybe it's in there and I might have missed it. So that's one. And then somewhere, and again, it's possible I missed it, working with haulers and property owners to get multifamily doing recycling and composting. Did I see, and of course, this is utilities, but it relates, I think it's still kind of under that rubric. So those would be the two things that I would hope maybe we could add if they're not already in there.
Any other comments or questions? The only thing that jumped out to me looking at this is a lot of talk about natural gas, but I didn't catch any talk about using less natural gas. I know that we are preempted by, or at least we think we're preempted right now by the state when it comes to stopping new gas installations for new development. But I think it might be nice to at least lay some groundwork in the comp plan for the future, because I think that landscape is going to be changing from the state in the next couple of years. I know there's a lot of negotiations going on right now between the legislature and PSC and other folks around that issue, because it is kind of a hot topic, if you'll excuse the pun. So I would like, if there's a way for us to figure out a way to insert some language around, just to set the stage for that down the road, I'd really appreciate that in the comp plan personally. Any other comments? Commissioner Litzitz?
Actually, yes, I think that would fit very well. I know that we had that discussion with the climate action element, and there it's explicitly stated the way we talked about future developments steering away from natural gas and moving to all electric. But I think it would also be very prudent to put it in the utilities element as well. So I think that would then kind of mirror that very well.
Yeah, there's a whole like 5-page description of our natural gas infrastructure in here, and you know. Any other questions? All right, well, I think you guys must have done a bang up job, but that's all the questions you got. So thank you very much for your work. As always, truly appreciate it. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. So thank you for all of your hard work.
And thank you for having us and listening to us. We appreciate it.
Of course. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I kept hearing questions and comments, but I forgot to say thank you. We have got the best planning commission in the state. It's amazing how progressive you are, how you're looking out for our future and finding ways for us to be very visionary and lead with the important work that we're doing here in Kenmore. So I want to thank each and every one of you. Every presentation, every time I read a packet, I'm blown away, and I would just want to thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, public hearing, proposed ordinance number 23-0577, repealing the 1997 property maintenance codes and replacing them with a new Kenmore property maintenance code based on the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code presented by Development Services Director Samantha Loyuk, Building Official Brian Hampson, and Code Compliance Officer Bridget Baker.
Good evening, Council. In January 2023, we gave you an overview presentation of Kenmore's code enforcement program and common cases that we encounter. Then in May of 2023, we presented some feedback from the community survey. We conducted annual recommendations to align a Kenmore property maintenance code with, also known as the KPMC, with the International Property Maintenance Code, which is referred to as the IPMC. We are here again to present the KPMC with revisions requested from you from the last council meeting. With the adoption of the ordinance, it will repeal the 1997 Uniform Housing Code and the 1997 Abatement of Dangerous Buildings. And
I apologize, Bridget. I apologize. I need the side conversations to be taken out in the lobby, please. It's becoming hard to listen to the presentation. Thank you.
So it'll repeal the 1997 Uniform Housing Code, the 1997 Abatement of Dangerous Buildings, and the KMC 835 nuisance code, and create one Kenmore property maintenance code, which will be adopted into the KMC. This new code section will increase access to the Kenmore residents by centralizing all three codes into one. It aligns with and has similar clarifying language to the ICC codes, which the city has already adopted. And it helps define what maintenance is, and it includes examples. The focus of the KPMC is to address public safety and sanitation. I've asked Brian Hampson, the building official, and Samantha Loyuk, the Development Services Director, to join me up here to respond to any questions. With that, I believe the public hearing is next.
Do you have any questions before we open up the public hearing? Councilor Marshall.
Yes, thank you. I'm very excited about this revision, and I think it's great. I think we're going to need more and more of vigorous enforcement as we become denser. I think a clearer code obviously helps us to do that. I had a question about 1540-302 sub I, which is abandoned vehicles. And I want to make sure that sentence was correct. It was that wrecked, dismantled, or inoperative vehicles or remnant parts thereof are prohibited. And except for, it mentions the exceptions of not being visible and completely enclosed in a building, and then or properly licensed and behind a fence. Does that mean, is that sufficient on its own? Does that mean they are prohibited in the entire city, which I think is as it should be, unless they are properly within those two exceptions?
Correct.
Okay, great. Then the only follow-up is, does then, looking at section P of 1540-302 sub P, that talks about right-of-way encroachment and obstructions, mentions a non-exclusive list of vegetation and junk and other things like that. Should we then add the abandoned junk, dismantled vehicles and parts, et cetera, to that? Or do you think we're covered by the prohibition in I?
I believe that we're covered by the prohibition in I. That's my take on it.
Okay, yep. I just want to make sure that's totally down there, because I definitely want to be sure that we're doing something appropriate about the abandoned and junked vehicles. So that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
And also the front yards. That's beautiful. Thank you. I hope it actually becomes beautiful.
Any other questions before we open up the public hearing? All right. Seeing none, I'm declaring the public hearing open. We will be, sorry, I don't have my script in front of me. In the public hearing, the council is not engaged or dialogue with the public. We're here to listen. We'll hear from on-site guests first, followed by virtual guests. If you're on site, if you are online, please raise your hand now if you wish to speak. We will not be taking raised hands after the first in-person commenter is finished commenting. So please, if you are virtual and want to speak, raise your hand now. All guests must address their comments to the mayor and the council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it's your turn. Your time will start when we confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record. Keep your comments to the allotted time and on the topic. We will not split time with others or allow screen sharing or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. People will be given 5 minutes for public comment for the public hearing. Clerk, do we have anybody signed up?
We do. Thank you, Mayor. On site, we'd like to hear from Patrick O'Brien, followed by Chris Olson.
Thank you.
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. I'd like to know where the impetus of this change in code comes from. And my estimation is that a lot of suggestions on change of code comes from the League of Cities, which this city spends more than $250,000 on a year. We've had people on the council act as representatives to the League of Cities. They've spent an inordinate amount of money on travel, lodging, meals, and there's ongoing education of staff and city council on why you should institute these boilerplate laws into your community. And it does nothing but undermine the power that property owners properly have. And to point this out, the city is engaged in multiple cases and lost on these issues. cars being chief among them. You lost over $150,000 on a case I submitted to the council on my application of what we could do to stem cost overruns in this city. And one of them was that case. And when I was prosecuted for having my solar panels up for 3 years, that cost the city $50,000 plus. I was fined $1,500 because everything I did was in accordance with the state law, but not certain individuals here. Now, let me talk about the enforcement. I had this enforcement agent tell me when he ran the department that he was going to make it a requirement for the people that work for him to carry sidearms, guns. What did I think of that? I said, well, I think the way you act, it's probably a good idea. So we have lost court cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars lost in prosecuting citizens when you could try to encourage them. You could talk to them. You could have a base of community members talk to them about their GTO that they've been redoing for the last 10 years and why people on their 5-acre property thought it was not a good place to have a GTO. I mean, that's a real case. I'd be happy to share it with any of you. And to pursue the guy who the city altered the drainage, the surface water in a pipe, and it went underneath his land out at Arrowhead, and it blew out his whole lakeshore property, blew out all his land because of a city done change. He was not allowed to do that without a permit from the very same people that caused that thing to happen. So, and that was egregious, and it cost us more than $150,000 in that litigation as well. So you have a history of absolute failure. And I would say Don's firm, Inslee Best, needs to be looked at for replacement because Rod Casaguma was in charge of those litigations, and he messed up big time, and it cost us big time. I can also show you other places where the city's policy on surface water actually made whole properties slide down the hill. I'll be happy to show any of you that want to see that. So to, at face value, say, oh yeah, we've got to change all this code. We've got to give people like him more power, and he wants to come on your property. He wants to write up a list of things that he sees, and he uses it as a weapon against property owners, taxpayers in this city. And I'd say there's absolutely no way that anybody that's in favor of public and private unity and acknowledging that these people pay taxes and there's better ways to do it than threatening gun violence, you got to fix that. And you can't give somebody like him more power. I'm absolutely against it. It will come to no good, I guarantee you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris Olson, followed by Janet Hayes, Stacy Valenzuela, and Phyllis Finley.
Hello, council. I apologize. I actually could not find, sorry, I'm Chris Olson, resident of Kenmore. I apologize. I actually could not find the section that I was reading earlier that I just wanted some clarification or perhaps updated language on, and I could just be misreading it. It states a interior height no less than 7 feet in certain buildings, well, not certain buildings, in buildings in general where residents will live. And while I generally agree with that sentiment as someone who is quite tall, I would state that there are times when you have door heights or other items, and I believe there was an exception for door heights, but perhaps you have vents or other things that prevent a height of 7 feet, and that is something that should be taken on a per case basis, and just make it clear that if there are locations in a home that have a clear ceiling height that is below 7 feet, so long as it's not the entire area of the home, it should be acceptable, and just make sure that that's clear. So we don't preclude housing. I'll use my case as an example. The door that I go through to my bedroom is my height, and I just duck under that door because I live in a basement and I believe basements are excluded, but it's fine. It's not keeping me from living in the place I live. I enjoy living in the home that I live in. And I just want to make sure that that does not impact other people. I'm not 100% sure it is. Just want to clear that up. I'll see if I can find the section here in a bit. But other than that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Hayes, can you hear us? Janet Hayes? Janet? Okay, we'll move on. Stacy Valenzuela?
Hello?
Oh, great, you're with us. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is with regards to maintenance, and it is also for the eyesore that I have to see every day and the asphalt fumes I have to smell every day. To hear, you continue to hear from us. The reason you continue to hear from us is that we have questions about current activities on our shorelines and Lake Point. I have pictures of a parking lot with about 25 to 35 cars that's been on the southwest end of the peninsula of Lake Point, specifically the Motka site, 24/7 on unlined pervious soil with no buffers to the wetland land that is on that same southwest corner, and also the mouth of the Sammamish River, and then on the west side, Lake Washington. This is part of this property is a Motka site. I will add again. And I would like to know if a permit has been issued so they can have this parking lot. If it has, the public has a need to know.
Ms. Hayes, I'm sorry, but we need you to speak to the ordinance in front of us.
Okay, this is regarding dredge soils. Is that considered waste to you?
I
This
don't
is
believe dredge soils are covered by this ordinance, Ms. Hayes.
They should be, because they've been brought here from Hog Canal, Hunts Point, and they were on unlined
Ms. Hayes,
property.
I need this is a public hearing that is limited to proposed ordinance number 23-0577. I need your comments to be related to that proposed ordinance.
How about the asphalt and cement that's brought in there? Is that supposed to be there? It's been in piles, the old concrete over at the concrete company. You're talking about people's yards. And it says all of Kenmore in your agenda. Even businesses. This is a business.
If you want to talk about how they store their items, I guess that would fall under here.
Yes, it would. So I'd appreciate any information I can find out about the parking lot. And where's the fun? Not in Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes.
Stacy Valenzuela?
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. For years, the residents have been complaining and bringing forward concerns for their health and safety about the pieces of asphalt, the stuff that comes over on the barges that sits there, the pieces of concrete, and everything else that has been coming over and been a public nuisance under Code 835010, especially number 6. I'd like to know why there was no enforcement on Kenmore Industrial Site, Pioneer Towing, Lake Point, whatever they want to call it, and the empty buildings that are part of the problem, as well as now there's metal fabrication going on that's just adding more. There's also stacks of the asphalt pieces, and they crush them, but they say they don't. But the dust and everything that goes into the I want to know, should we expect with a new ordinance, would this be enforced now? And what we should expect, because being that the lot is, my understanding, fenced off, it's not all walkable. And we know that there's also piles of asbestos roofing in one area. There's also the sediment piles that we know are contaminated in another area. So we would like to know, if this ordinance is passed, will it actually change anything? Or will you continue to look the other way on this one property and this person been given a pass? The other concern is abandoned vehicles on private property. And what would happen with those? We have reported several times abandoned vehicles from out of state that are just left at one of the mobile home communities. But because the private owner will not pay the fee, because why should he pay the fee when somebody just abandoned their vehicle there? It hasn't been towed, and it's been years, and there's been several code violations. I think that those are issues that also need to be covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey Valenzuela. Phyllis Finley.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious to know how many ordinances the council has passed in the last year or two or three. Dozens? Scores? Hundreds? Whatever the number, in my opinion, it's just way too many. To put it politely, could the council please leave us and our private lives and our private property alone? If a resident objects to, I'll use an extreme example, a blue tarp in their neighbor's backyard, perhaps that annoyed resident could move to a neighborhood with an HOA, so they could be ensured that all of the neighbors meet their standards of aesthetics and maintenance. Instead, the city of Kenmore is imposing HOA-like standards on the property of every resident to make the city prettier. I respectfully object. If there are truly problem properties that pose a health and safety risk, not an aesthetic choice, please work with those specific individuals rather than imposing yet more rules and regulations, one more ordinance on the entire population of Kenmore. You probably don't need to be reminded of the expense to taxpayers that is involved in the adoption of every new ordinance. In the words of this agenda bill, quote, adoption of new or amended codes typically result in the need for staff training, new and revised forms, increased staff time spent on applying and learning new regulations, unquote. Finally, any regulation about rodent harborage needs to prohibit the use of rodenticides, which adversely affect the environment at large, as well as pets and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. Mayor Herbig, I see no additional hands raised, and that concludes our list.
Thank you very much. I declare the public hearing closed. Business agenda item B, proposed ordinance number 23-0577. Anything further to add, staff?
I could answer or address the comment that was raised about the head height, if you would.
Yeah, that would be great. It looks like it's under 154404.
Correct.
Yeah.
The as Bridget Baker mentioned earlier, this is really to get us in alignment with the underlying building codes. And so the building codes are what really set the height of your ceiling limitations throughout your house. And there are some exceptions for doorways and beams and stuff like that. That's happening. But we wanted to get it codified in the actual code, because what we're actually seeing in the field are people who are modifying or creating livable spaces. And we've seen crawl spaces be converted into livable spaces. And so they're where they have 5-6 foot of headroom, they're trying to, work out of there and do offices or something. This is what this is trying to prevent, or at least give us some leverage when we're trying to support it.
Any questions? All right, well then I guess the chair would entertain a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 23-0577.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Shrubnik.
I just want to thank Bridget and the team for putting this together. The impetus, as many of us know, is many different situations that have been problematic in our city. This is really great. I'm excited about starting to implement it, and just want to give a personal shout out to Bridget. I hear, I mentioned this to you individually, but I just want to say it publicly that I hear frequently about the good work that you do in the community. And I've also witnessed how you and heard about how you work with people in the community more directly from you and from Rob. And it's just very impressive. So thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, I just want to second what Councilmember Shrubnik said. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Will the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion to adopt ordinance number 23-0577, Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
All in favor, the motion is adopted.
Okay, unless there's any objection, I would propose that we take a short break now before jumping into service water land, if that's okay with everybody. All right, we are going to stand adjourned for, let's say, 10 minutes to 8:58. Kenmore City Council will return to order. Next on the agenda, item C in the business agenda, Surface Water Management Capital Improvement Program for Rapid Progress, presented by City Manager Rob Carr-Lindsay, Finance and Administration Director Melinda Merrill, and Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us tonight. And we are here for discussion, the CIP for the swim using the rapid progress option. And so,
Melinda, do you mind if I jump in for one quick
Yes.
second? So this agenda item and the next one are really closely tied together. We debated which one should go first, and I don't know if we made the right decision, but we're going to do the CIP first, and then you can give us direction on rates on the next one. So just keep that in mind as we're going through this presentation, that discussion and direction you give us here will lead into the rates discussion, which is next.
so this presentation is using the rates information that you will see subsequent to this presentation. So what we're presenting for you is, I'm calling it 6 years. It looks like 7 because it's 2023 through 2029, but the year's almost over for 23. So we're basically saying 24 through 29. And there are 14 projects that are included and at a value of $34.5 million. Includes 10 million in new debt for fish passage, culvert replacement projects, and eventually provides a modest growth of reserve balance. So these are the existing projects that were shown prior to this that were in the current budget. So you have SW8, which is 190th Passage Culvert, SW17. These are all either increased or reduced or held flat based on current projections. So there's not really large changes other than the SW17 Little Swamp Creek relocation, which is reduced $663,000. I'm going to go to the next slide. So these are the new projects. So with the additional money with the new rates, we would do SW33, which is a stormwater facility retrofit, $1.2 million project to retrofit existing drainage facilities or add facilities to untreated areas citywide. SW36 restoration projects. Total is 5.6 million. In this plan through 2029, it's 4.1, and that will be spent on acquiring and then restoration of critical area habitat. SW37, this is a new $1.7 million project that will replace an existing fish passage barrier culvert with a new culvert. SW38 through SW41, those are all related to the tributary 0057 and replacing various culverts. So these projects are estimated at 6.9 million. And this will result in large fish habitat gains, over 14,000 stream channels opened up. SW42, this is a $2.3 million culvert replacement project, high priority due to the significant environmental benefits. 98% of the stream will be opened up for fish passage. So here's all the projects. This goes on to a second page. Again, using the rapid progress option, you can see the totals for all the different projects through 2029. These are the first list of them, and then there's a couple more here with projected debt payments included of 5.1 million. Here's all the revenue sources. So you can see that there's debt of 10.8 million. There's service charges of 10 million and grants of 10.7. And then other smaller amounts, the capital facility charges of 1.665, some money from King County and some other funds of just shy of 300,000. So those are all the resources that would go to fund this. Here is the page that is similar to what you've seen in the budget book. Again, it shows you all the projects that I just walked through, a total of 34.5 million. And through 2029, funding of 33.9 or 34 million. There's a little disconnect that there would be a little bit of usage of our current reserves through 2029. And that's all I had for the CIP portion. Any questions?
Questions? Councilmember Sharpneck?
I'm embarrassed. Can you go back to, yes, thank you. So the new projects, don't go back to the slide, but the new projects definitely total, more than the 10 million. So I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around what are the assumptions here? So the 10 million is a portion of the new projects, and then there's some grant assumptions built into this pie chart, or what? Tell me a little bit about what we're talking about here, the bonded debt.
Okay, yeah, so that is only a part of how we're funding these projects, definitely.
The
So
new projects.
Mhm.
Right,
Well, yes.
okay.
So, in total, all the projects are 34 million. From what we had in what's currently in the SWIM CIP, it's only like 11 million.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's a $20 million increase.
And so we're making some assumptions about the kinds of grants we can get with this. And that's built into this pie chart and the budget. And,
Absolutely,
okay.
yeah. So
okay.
that's the gray there, the grant number.
Right. These are
yes.
not grants we have in hand, in other words.
Nope.
Right. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so you have the debt and then the, increase in the service charges, which adds up to the 10 million during that time period, and then grants, yeah.
And this maybe relates to the next portion, but the relationship between the bonded debt and the rate increase. I think the rate increase is not 100% covering. I mean, again, can you speak a little bit to the relationship there between the rates? The new rates that are being proposed.
I'm not sure I follow. Do you follow?
Maybe I can do
It said it was something like 25%. I mean, I read that in one of the.
Yeah, I don't know the percentage but the rates are supposed to pay the debt service on the debt proceeds.
Right, and so the debt load, I think it's something like debt load. I don't have my vernacular correct. It was in the report, the analysis of the swim rates. So we can talk about that during that portion.
If I could also add one more thing about this pie chart. Yeah, we are assuming grants that we don't have in hand. That is correct. One thing about Rapid and Rapid Plus is that in a worst case scenario where we don't get any grants, which I highly doubt, but let's say a worst case scenario where we don't get grants, Rapid and Rapid Plus still build projects.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, just not as many.
Any other questions? I had some questions around the bonded debt there also. This is assuming future bonded debt. This is not current debt.
Exactly. There is a little bit of debt that's in there right now that's being paid off. It's very small.
And is any of this getting tied to the Public Works facility at all, or is this different? Because I know surface water was helping pay for part of.
It's in there too. Yes. Part of it is for the Public Works. Yes, building.
Any other questions?
So one thing you won't see in here is the Public Works construction, because that's in a separately adopted CIP. but debt service coming from this fund is in here. I don't know if I just made things more confusing, but the Public Works facility has already been adopted in a other CIP. But what's in this one is surfacing surface water's portion of that debt.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
At the entirety of business item C? Okay. Then we'll move on to item D, 2023 surface water management rate analysis and proposed rates for 2024 to 2030, presented by City Manager Rob Carr-Lindsay, Finance Administration Director Melinda Merrill, and Environmental Service Director Richard Sawyer, and Consultant Ashley Emery for discussion and direction.
Your Honor, can I see if Ashley's online?
Of course.
Ashley, are you there?
I am, yes.
Hi, glad to have you.
Glad to be here.
All right. Well, as Rob mentioned earlier, the previous presentation pretty, segues directly into this discussion, which will be to continue our conversation about the proposed 2024 to 2030 surface water management service charge rates and the capital facilities charge rates. And we did present this to you a few weeks ago and wanted to start the conversation with you at that meeting, but then follow up with actually providing a few more weeks for some public engagement, any more additional comment to come in, as well as there were a couple questions from our first meeting with the City Council that we wanted to make sure we addressed and got cleared up for you all. So this slide just kind of recaps again the public engagement that we've been doing on this process since the summer. So we introduced this topic back in our summer newsletter and then presented the options for the surface water service charges to you all on the 18th of September. And then we did conduct an online survey, as we mentioned at that meeting, and had 147 responses. You can kind of see there what the spread was on those responses and point out that, we did get more than half of those that wanted to respond to that survey, selecting the rapid progress or higher option. And we've been trying to put this out as much as possible on our social media outlets, e-news, our top fours. We mailed a postcard most recently, which hit mailboxes last week. And, I've been getting a few phone calls throughout the week, and primarily they were folks interested in learning more about the senior citizen, low income and disabled and veteran options. So we've been kind of directing folks to King County's program, their tax relief program, to answer their questions.
Richard, just to summarize on the postcards that were mailed out last week. So those hit all mailboxes last week. So can you just re-summarize how many comments did you get and what was the?
Yeah,
and
for me personally, on my phone ringing, all of the questions were on the exemption. So just questions about, qualifications and clarification on that. So, and then otherwise, I think, earlier tonight, I think council received some public comment on folks' reactions to the postcards that they got last week. And they seem to, again, kind of be favorable of the rapid plus in general.
So the postcard said to email comments to city clerk. And so city clerk's office, did we get any emailed comments from the postcards that we sent out?
I did not receive any. Let me check with the deputy clerk. None for her either.
But you received how many phone calls?
4, I think.
Like 4 phone calls, and all 4 were asking about the exemption. Okay, thank you.
Which leads me into the next slide where council did have some questions, just wanting to understand what that exemption is a little more clearly. So we provided that in the report before you, as well as this slide. And again, we just want to make sure the public understands that in King County, the assessor's office runs a tax relief program. And if you meet the requirements on this slide, this does make you eligible for a full exemption of the surface water service charge, which is collected on our behalf by King County with your property tax bill that you receive each year.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, and I think we had some confusion in the public comment today as well about this. And it read differently in two different places. So are the two dots own and occupy with the income level, and the second dot meet one of the following? There should be an and between those, or is there an or between those? Because those are very different things.
Those would be ors, so you don't have to meet multiple criteria.
So you literally, any senior over the age of 61 of any income level.
Well, the first bullet provides the income level threshold, so you need to meet that
So you
income
do,
level.
so it's and, okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's
sorry,
the
I thought you
answer.
meant the second bullet where we have or and or, if those are correct. Yeah, so it would be, you need to meet the income threshold and then be a senior or a disabled or a veteran with at least 80% total disability rating. And again, this is through King County, so we would urge any of our community interested in looking at this. You can, get online and Google King County Tax Relief Program, and it will, the first couple hits should take you to their page, and they've got a phone number. They've got the application available online if you want to apply directly with them. So it is not a city operated program. You do need to apply with King County, just to be clear.
And in the past, we've promoted it, but we need to continue to promote it and help guide people to it as much as possible.
Right, with that, I just, again, the 4 options that were presented previously to council before you, just to quickly recap, kind of range from stay the course, go slow, which basically continue funding existing operating expenses and existing capital in addition to the Public Works Operations Center debt service payment. So again, I think the question from the earlier presentation, that is included in the kind of the base level option because it's already an approved capital expenditure. And then kind of staggered increases through the moderate, rapid, and rapid plus options with escalating levels of projects. And then when we get to rapid and rapid progress plus, there's kind of the same list, but the rapid progress provides more upfront debt service, which Melinda showed in the previous presentation. And I think she did a good job kind of explaining, but one extra point that I would make is that by providing the kind of that extra debt service, we can get going and on design permitting, which strategically places us at a better competitive level for grants. So that's one of the other kind of logic behind our proposing that debt services, so that we can actually start with those and then position ourselves better to get those grants. So usually the closer you are to shovel ready, the better you can compete for those grants. So. And again, a quick reminder, like we showed last time, we just want to show kind of where we are currently with our neighboring jurisdictions with our, again, these are single family residential rates. So you can see currently we're at 2075 and kind of that's where we fall on the list of our neighbors there. So. And here's a summary of the 4 options. So on the top, we're showing those increases as a percentage for each option. And then below is the corresponding monthly rate impacts from the 4 options.
Councilor Shrevenick.
Yeah, clarification on this again from the public comment. We are not suggesting by presenting it this way that these increases are simply for the 7 years in question, correct? I mean, for example, the 34 to 43 on 2030, I mean, that would be the rate for that year and the next year unless we increase it, et cetera, correct? Or is this literally an increase and then we go back to 2024? I'm pretty sure it's not, but.
No, okay, if I understand, by 2030, we would be, doing our next swim rate analysis and looking at the next, several years of future and seeing where we're at and what we need and come back to council, yeah.
But it's, yeah, okay. It's highly unlikely that we would reduce it. I mean, I suppose it's theoretically possible.
Yeah, it would be at council's direction
Right,
at that time.
okay.
So just for instance, with the rate study we're doing right now, we came before council back in 2017 and we established 2018 through 2024 rates, and that's what we've been implementing. And they're implemented each year. We come to you at the end of the year with the fee
yeah.
schedule. And so this directs us what value to put in the fee schedule each year for adoption.
Deputy Mayor?
And my understand, may I ask, or this is my question. Are we the only city in the region putting forth a fee schedule at this time? I'm just looking at the 2023 rate comparisons. We're kind of low towards the lower third of the rates at this time. And I guess my question is, other cities are looking at their scenarios going forward. So it's pretty clear that most cities will, there are going to be increases across the board. So we are not the only city that is increasing its rates or doing a 6-year schedule like this. This is required. And okay, I saw nodding heads, so I felt like that was an answer. And this is really important work for our environment. So I just wanted to call attention to, I think every other city is probably raising their rates right now and putting forth a fee schedule. So those at the top are probably also increasing their rates. Many cities have rivers and lakes and tributaries and things that we need to be addressing stormwater. So this is a kind of a big deal. Okay, thank you.
City Manager?
And one thing I want to clarify from the last time we talked about this a few weeks ago is not only do you adopt it in your fee schedule, but also in a multi-year resolution as well. So we'd bring back a resolution adopting the rates over multiple years, depending on which option you choose. So I want to make sure that's clear too. Bond underwriters need to see that, as well as granting agencies.
Yeah, and I just went to the next slide, Rob, which kind of outlines that in the next step. So the plan right now, pending council's direction, is we could return on November 13th with a resolution for this 2024 to 2030 rate schedule. And then again, in November 27th, that's where you would see that 2024 rate shown for our next year's rate in the fee schedule.
Councilmember Kugler?
I have a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. So first off, thank you for sending out the postcard. I think that was incredibly helpful to get that information out to our residents and to find out what their thoughts were on the different options. I just have a question about the additional staffing, which I think is spread out to support the surface water work. Could you talk a little bit about what I guess why the staffing levels need to grow to support that over the next several years?
Yeah, good question. So when it comes to staffing, it's kind of, there's the operational side, and then there'll be some, supporting the capital side. So running all of this new capital itself will need a project engineer or, / project manager to be able to implement those projects. But then on the operating side, we have a lot of, other programs going on, with NPDES compliance being one. So in the last 10, 15 years I've been here, a lot of the staff growth has been through just supporting, new compliance measures that come out with each MPDS permit. We have a growing number of flow control and water quality facilities. So for instance, I can't remember the exact number, but just the capital projects we just finished, for instance, added 24 facilities that inspectors have to go out annually and inspect, and then our operations crews have to go out and clean, and then we got to follow up inspections, and those are all regulatory requirements through our NPDS permit. So, so a big piece of that is just the growing number of inspections. So as we grow and those number of facilities only grow, they don't reduce. Even redevelopment will usually trigger new facilities. And then we've got a lot of older facilities going back to the 1970s that we're inspecting and having to deal with aging infrastructure and managing projects to repair those and whatnot. So a lot of that work is just kind of meeting growing compliance issues. We started with a tech, and then almost every permit cycle, 5 or 6 years, we might need another body just to be able to meet the compliance deadlines.
Okay, thank you.
So Richard, I've been just kind of poking around King County's website trying to find how somebody would apply for a discount or an exemption on this, and I'm kind of hitting a bit of a brick wall. When I found their surface water management fee discounts for low-income property owners, it only talked about people who live on an unincorporated King County. And I've had no luck with other kind of broader Google searches. So before we approve all this, I'd like to see a more concrete, just how somebody goes about applying for the exemption, because I think that's really important that we have. I'd just like to see how it actually works before approval. So if we get clarification on that, that'd be great.
Okay, yeah, and I don't know, I wouldn't surface water specifically. It's just property tax. If you just do King County tax relief, that's usually I've had luck just having that be the first or second hit. So again, the way it works is that they apply through the King County assessor, and it's just for their property tax. And if they qualify for the minimum requirements there, which would be the set in RCW, I think it's referred to as is it the tier 3? So the the highest level of income. Once you hit that, then in their system, it just automatically triggers that surface water fee. So they're not even actually specifically asking for a surface water rate reduction. They're just, once they qualify for any of the property tax relief options, they automatically get that exemption from surface water. So.
Okay, thanks. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, and if I could just wrap up though, but we can definitely put that, on our website and direct folks there and add information if that would kind of satisfy what you guys would like.
As possible.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
First, Mayor, I really appreciate that you brought up that important item. Ease of access to that information is incredibly important. And I actually did have just a couple more comments just related to this really critical work. I want to call attention to this does tie into our climate action plan, climate element. And that as we do this work, it's really important that our city track it directly to that. I'm just saying that out loud. The other items that I want to call attention to, or I think probably the most important thing is, I think the most important thing is that we have an absolute responsibility to store and care for our watershed. Number one, this is salmon habitat restoration. And I just have to remind our council and community that for every dollar, so every time we invest $1 million in watershed restoration, it directly results in 15 to 33 new or sustained jobs and has been shown to generate 2.2 million to 2.5 million in total economic activity. This work matters. This work not only works for our environment, but it drives our economy. And this is something that our community needs. We need to be creating jobs in Kenmore for our community so that they have a place to stay, to live and work. And meaningful living wage work boots on the ground work of stewarding our planet is satisfying and incredibly important. So as we're looking at this, this is really important visionary planning and commitment that we're making here. And I want to thank you for making these presentations so easily understandable and the work that we've done going out to our community. I think it's incredibly important that we as a council are proud of the jobs that we're going to be bringing to our community through this incredibly important work. Thank you.
Thanks. And actually, if I can respond to that quickly, I'm really glad you brought that up because I absolutely agree. The reason that this capital program that was before you in the last presentation and these fees are before you now are directly a result of the climate action plan priorities. When staff have been holding public events, this topic is always one of the ones that rise to the top for building the community's resilience and adaptation ability to combat climate action is to fund these types of projects and get them going. So I consider any funding approved tonight also directly an action to fund climate action plan. So and we'll be talking more about that with you next week.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Councilmember Shribnick.
Yeah, I found the part of the report. And this is exciting stuff. I'm usually fiscally pretty cautious, but I could see that our community is very supportive of the Rapid Plus. So I'm definitely on board with that at this point. But the part of the report that I'm looking at is the very bottom of page 3. It says, as shown in the 4 scenarios, at the end of the next 6-year rate schedule, which is the ones we were just talking about, the city's debt load will be approximately 25% of annual rate revenues. For any utility, this debt ratio is considered low or reflects positively, et cetera. For those folks, including myself, who are not managers of public debt, could someone walk us through what that means? What does it mean in the first 5 years that aren't mentioned? It says at the end of the 6 years is 25%. How long is this debt that we're holding? Can you speak a little bit more to what are we talking about with this debt?
I think this would be a great question to have our financial consultant that we hired to respond to. If you could take that on, Ashley.
Sure, I'll give it a good shot. The 25% merely reflects the percentage of your annual operating revenue from stormwater rates that goes to pay the ongoing debt burden, your annual debt payments. So this would be, so you collect $1 and 25 cents needs to go to pay debt service. We put it at the end of the window, 2029, because we're adding additional debt throughout the 6 years. So the worst, your highest debt load is at that last data point, that last year. And all the debt is assumed to be 20 years. So at that point, some of the debt, for example, the debt on the public works facility will be 1/3 done. So you'll be on your way towards retiring that. Big picture, as the note said, 25% from a utility standpoint is looked upon favorably by the markets. And so therefore, if the city goes out for bonding for other aspects other than the utility, they will look at, if they look at your stormwater utility, they will say, this is well managed, it reflects well on the city, and it will not cause any rating problems for future debt issuance. So it's all positive.
Any other questions? All right, City Clerk, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. I wanted to take a moment to correct the record. While the city clerks directly did not receive any comments, I did scour a very specific shared mailbox, and it does appear to have comments there, both in favor of the Rapid Progress Plus plan and of course, some opposed. At this point, I'd like to package all of these comments and send them to Richard Sawyer and his team, and of course, share them with the council as well, as they are coming in real time, even during the course of this meeting.
Fantastic, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Staff have what they need from this discussion?
I believe that we would like official direction on a rate option so that we can then prepare the resolution to return to you on November 13th.
Deputy Mayor? Sorry, I thought I saw your hand.
I support Rapid Progress Plus is what I support. I'm not sure what the rest of the council supports, but I will just say I have a thumbs up for Rapid Progress Plus.
Councilmember File?
I echo that sentiment. I'm in favor of Rapid Progress Plus.
I am seeing two other thumbs up. I believe we have direction for Rapid. Totally blanking already. Progress Plus. Sorry, my brain stopped braining there for a second. Anyway, I believe that we have council support for that. So.
All right, we will prepare a resolution reflecting that direction and be back on November 13th.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, climate action element of the comprehensive plan amendments presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent, Principal Planner Todd Hall, Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer, and Climate Action Plan Manager Nina Rasmussen.
Alrighty, thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we'll be presenting the second draft of the climate action element this evening. Within your agenda packet, you received two versions of this, a redlined version showing areas where edits were added, and then a clean version with those same edits, but not pulled out in redline. So just a brief recap of the process for this element. We have spent earlier this year and summer drafting and reviewing the climate element, and council had the chance to review that Planning Commission approved draft on September 25th and provide some direction on that. So we are back here to present that second draft with the feedback that we heard in that first meeting. So we did section this out into three sections. To start, we looked at very small edits that we were given, any grammatical errors, small changes. These are all items that were directly included into the draft that was presented to you. And I won't spend time going over all of these, but just want to note that we did put those subheaders in there. I know there was concerns about really making sure that the mitigation and resiliency sections were clear. So we did add those. As well as adding explicit language talking about the need for finding external funding in our implementation section. And then per your direction added a new policy related to the agriculture and food sector in policy 15. Moving on to our second section of council feedback. This one is related largely to the alignment of the climate action plan and this element and how they connect. So there were a few requests for that to clarify that alignment. So what we did in this new draft is actually remove the cap text that is in the introduction of the element itself. And we did create a new objective 1 at the very start of our proposed policies and goals that helps to clarify the CAP's role and really make this consistent that the element is the overarching guiding document. So that policy does talk about creating the CAP and implementing that. So we wanted to frame this as the element being that long-term planning document and not just a continuation of CAP work that is currently in progress. We also, based on council's direction, added some flexibility with some of the timelines or timeframes on some of these updates. So the CAP as well as the vulnerability assessment were both changed to 3 to 5 year update intervals to be able to give that level of flexibility based on how council feels, how quickly we need to update those documents. And then lastly, on this one, we received feedback on citing CAP timelines in the references section. But we did add language in the element referring to annual reporting to council regarding the CAP implementation progress, and the CAP would likely have the timelines embedded there, as that would be the most appropriate document for more short-term planning, especially as these timelines are likely to change in the future just based on the needs of the city and council's direction. Moving on to the third set of feedback. These are items that we heard from 1 or 2 council members, but because they are a little bit more time intensive, we wanted to ensure that if this is a direction we go, that we do get that direction from the full council body. These are not necessarily items that we recommend pursuing, but I'll go over each to sort of explain our reasoning behind that. And obviously, at the end of the day, we will defer to council's direction on any of these items. First and foremost, one of the feedback items we heard was to tie in the commerce guidance as well as the pathways. We did have a chance to talk to Cascadia Consulting, who was contracted to do the preliminary drafts for this element. And they wanted to really point out that they worked very closely with Commerce to develop the guidelines. And they used the language from House Bill 1181 to develop the City of Kenmore's element. In addition to that, we have had no conflicts from Commerce feedback. And we did also want to note that some of these guidelines that have been presented did come out after we had drafted this element, and that the guidelines are still in draft. So there is still opportunity for some change and revision there. And that there will probably be future revisions of this element before this element is due to the state by that 2029 deadline. So while we could do a methodology and sort of outline and crosswalk this guidance to our existing draft, this would be a little bit of a time-consuming exercise. So we would just caution that were we to pursue this, it could put other action items off. It might postpone those action items just for necessity of completing this work. Another item we heard was the addition of greenhouse gas reduction potential and adding that directly into the element. This is an item that staff felt that more closely related to the climate action plan and being directly included in that document because it is a little bit more specific and provides that level of detail, whereas the element itself is more high level. I know there was mention of guidance provided by Commerce that would help provide that reduction potential. That guidance is a little vague, and so we felt that it might be more prudent for us to take the time and flesh that out a little bit more in cap updates and avoid having rather vague potential reductions in the element itself. And lastly, we heard some discussion on establishing goal dates within the element. This is something we did discuss quite in length with Planning Commission, and we did choose to leave those out again because we felt this was more appropriate at a cap level due to the level of detail that would be provided there. Oh, and if that is a direction we wanted to pursue, we would just ask that council provide staff a recommendation on the specific goals that goal dates would be appropriate for and what those goal dates would be. So I will stop there and allow for any comments or questions.
Deputy Mayor.
I just first want to say, and this third page that you've gone over here, I want to compliment you on your assessment and response to the questions that we asked, in particular on this page. I'm in agreement with your assessment, and thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Microphone, please.
Specify. I haven't seen any yet. When will we see some metrics? What will be used to quantify our results?
So, good question. And again, in the context of the element, we felt that that isn't where we would dive into specific metrics that could change annually or every couple of years. They'd be better at the implementation level with climate action updates. So for instance, next week when we provide the climate action plan update, we would get more into, for instance, if a residential customer chose to choose green power, what would the resulting difference in metric tons of carbon dioxide be annually? And then if we could get 100 to do it, what would that be? And then how much would that take off of our buildings and energy greenhouse gas inventory? Is that kind of more towards your question?
Not really, because it's what if. I want measurements. I want something quantifiable that we can see progress. I mean, it's been said here, we're going to gain back 20% of the greenhouse gases by 2030. I want to see those numbers. I want to see it play out. I don't want to see what if somebody opted for this plan, what could it be? I want to see what it is.
Well, again, in terms of this conversation with the element, we agree we'd like to provide those metrics, but the element wouldn't be at the kind of level where we would want to include those. Those would be more at the implementation level. For instance, like when we come next week and talk about implementation for the specific actions that we would like to push forward, we would have, I think, more along the lines of what you're looking at as, for every EV car that's purchased and you get one gas powered car off the road, what's our net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions?
That's an assumption because we've got 60,000 cars a day coming down this road that don't have anything to do with Kenmore except they pass through. We don't have a control of those. Yet we're going to try to control all the greenhouse gas emissions. So I want to see results. What are we actually accomplishing by spending all this money and staff time?
Question, the cars passing through Kenmore, were those included in your original greenhouse gas calculations?
Yes, we account for any pass-through traffic along with in-town traffic.
And also maybe Richard can speak more to the details of this, but in the cap, there were baseline measurements taken, and those then will be retaken, and then you can kind of see the progress from the baseline in progress. And those reports are every 2 years, Richard?
Yeah, the greenhouse gas inventory will be updated every couple years. And, you know, I guess I'm just doing a poor job in answering the questions. So, I mean, when you're talking about these direct measurements, so, I mean, we're getting kilowatt hours from PSE that a home spent in the year. And we know what PSE's energy portfolio was to produce those kilowatt hours. So we can calculate the percentage coal burn produced X number of tons, natural gas production produces, and then we can then state that, you know, moving forward as an action, we would like to get people to, you know, change their behavior, switch to this program, which is 100%, you know, solar and wind turbine, for instance. We can then subtract those greenhouse gas emissions for that house. And then as each one is, you know, we progress through the implementation plan, we would be able to get those direct measurements. So like, I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but again, I would also say for the context of this conversation, we're trying to discuss what should be in the element. And again, I agree, these direct measurements are important, and I think they should be at the cap and implementation level. And that's what we're proposing here in the context of this.
Yeah, what I think I just heard is that, you know, this is the comprehensive plan, which is super high level and is all encompassing versus the actual climate action plan, which is where you'll get those numbers and that information. So it's two different things. Councilmember Shrevenick, followed by Councilmember File.
Yeah, I have a thought that might help this part of the conversation. I was going to say it anyway. I think in the element level, one thing that might help us with the date idea as well as the metric idea is if we include a policy that essentially restates what we've said in the cap, which is that we are adopting the state's goal of 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. That's your overarching metric. It is also a policy stance. That feels like it could fit in the element. With regard to the other metrics, I mean, you've got vehicle miles traveled, you've got kilowatt hours. There's lots of things that we could have in the cap that I feel belong in the cap and not in the CAE, but I think it would be helpful at the policy level to state that we are adopting that framework.
One thing I'll also mention when we talk about high impact items, one of the policies we did add and call out specifically was to prioritize those high impact actions. So we wanted to sort of reorganize that and make that very clear, because obviously that's been a big part of this discussion. So that will lead into developing those metrics and figuring that out within the cap and our work plans going forward.
Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. I just really want to appreciate our staff for all the work that was done here. It's a lot of work to put this all together. But in looking at which way we go from here, I do like to have, at the climate action plan level and the engagement of it, how we plan to measure our goals, that we really look at having some smart, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So whereas the state level is it's the wider gap, right? I do believe the county has a better framework that we're trying to mirror match as part of K4C. And so I'm more thinking along those lines. And when we're looking at, the time to complete and how we'll look at relevant dates, it is important to have just SMART goals. That's what some of the basics in public health data and metrics, and especially when it comes to environment and climate action. And as much as changing fast and rapidly, we may have to come back and adjust here and there. But the good thing is that's all science-based, and there's going to be plenty of data to have and to find. And we'll be able to report that back out to our community. And I believe our business community will be able to have a piece in this too. And I think that will come through a different direction. So thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
Well, my question was answered. Thank you.
Councilmember Cooler, was that a hand?
I don't know if we've given any clarity to this last one. In terms of establishing goal dates, I wonder if we might need like more clarification for the council on what an element is as part of the comprehensive plan versus more of like an implementation component, which is the cap. So maybe that's something that you can just remind us of, because I personally think the goal and the dates are detailed at the right level for the element. I think the reference to Vision 2050, the reduction in greenhouse gases, and also the greenhouse gas emissions inventory, to me as a policy document like this element, to me that's enough level of detail. And the fact that we refer people to the cap under the implementation portion of this seems to me to cover what we're aiming for, but maybe it would help to remind everyone, like, what is the element supposed to be doing?
Well, and I think I have a quick comment, and then I'll let Debbie maybe talk more about the rest of your question. But so as Nina mentioned, we had this conversation, Planning Commission, and I want to respect and hopefully repeat what I heard them say correctly. So let me know if I'm getting off base here. But we did originally discuss having those same regional goals that King County shares and a lot of our regional partners. As Councilmember Shrebnick mentioned, the 2030 50% goal, then 2040 75. And some of the direction than what I think they felt was actually, well, what if we want to be more aggressive? What if we want to establish these goals, but then 5 years from now, we don't want to wait till 2050 to hit that. And so that's what really prompted them to reconsider that language. And then they went with the, I can't remember exactly the wording in there, is as soon as possible, as soon as feasible. So rather than put these 2030, 2040, 2050 dates in there, they wanted to leave it open for city council to go sooner. So I just wanted to kind of capture what their kind of logic behind that was. Because we did actually start by just repeating the same regional goals as the state and county, but that's the direction that they recommended going, and that's the language that's before you today. But we'll certainly, if you'd rather have those dates and goals in there, we can do that. But, and then for the rest, I guess I'll let Debbie pipe in.
I think the framework is provided in the introduction to the element, which says how we have to be consistent with state law, with Vision 2050 and so forth. So the framework is set in the introduction, which then, again, there was a lot of discussion about timelines, but I think the framework provides where those timelines come from. And the city is actually ahead of the game here because you adopted the cap first. So it's kind of like the horse and cart. Typically, you would have the element provide that policy direction, and the implementation measure would be the cap, which then provides the more specifics of how you meet those broader goals, which is why putting dates, specific dates in the comp plan kind of is more tying, because if you do something else, you have to keep amending it. So I think that's why the Planning Commission landed on being more flexible, and the implementation in the cap is easier to adjust. And council then sets that work program as to what those dates will be.
So as a follow-up, based off of that, I think it's adequate the way that it's written, especially because I think in here we even state that the frequency of updating the cap is like within 5 years or something, right?
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Richard and Debbie, thank you for the reminder of why, of how the Planning Commission presented as soon as feasible to the climate action element. This actually kind of, in my view, draws attention to something that's really important. I think it was Nina that called attention to it. We're 5 years ahead of the state deadline on this. This is incredible. By our council choosing to adopt the climate action plan when we did, we are ahead. Local action matters. And what's happening here is that we have created an incredible climate action element that other cities are going to be able to model. And one of the things that we did that I think is of particular importance, as important as it is demonstrable reduction of greenhouse gases, which I do agree belong at the climate action plan level. But as Councilmember Baker draws attention to, those are incredibly important, and understanding the statistics and where we're at matters. But equally important and incredibly, I think, in the long run, most beneficial is that we put so much time and care into the environmental element of our climate action element. So we are leading the region by calling attention to the boots on the ground jobs and work that we can do to achieve the necessary carbon emission reductions and actually care and stewardship for our planet. Because when people talk about climate action who are not on this dais, you know what they think about? They just think they want a healthy planet to live in. They think about the environment and carbon emissions reductions. At least that's how I used to think about it. And so as we are building in the environmental element, that's work that our community will see and feel, and we will be sharing with the rest of our region because of this progressive approach that we have taken to this. It's incredibly exciting. And I don't want to go too far on this, but I just thank you very much for your work here.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Thank you. It is great work. Sorry, I'm being kind of critical. I am actually trying to find the policy other than CA 423 that talks about achieving carbon neutrality consistent with Vision 2050 or with the state. CA 423 is only about city operations. So what I'm, and it'd be great, we could just, amend that to include, but not later than, what is set forth by Vision 2050 and state requirements. But what I'm not seeing is any statement about literally citywide greenhouse gas emissions, which, as we know, city operations is 1% of those. So, I mean, it's to the point of almost saying it's trivial. So I still do believe that the CAE there could be a role for stating that not only generically is it consistent with 2050, but that literally we are, as a policy position, striving to achieve the goal of 50% reduction by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. I don't see any harm in stating that.
Councilmember File.
I have to agree with Councilmember Shrubnik on that, and more to point to the point, and specifically, when we're looking at how we're going to apply to grants and even show our success rates, we do have to have time-specific goals. And while it's very admirable to want to leave things open-ended and kind of loosey-goosey, the fact is it's a basic principle in environmental and climate work, action work, to have time measured sensitive goals and to show our successes. So if we look at, the county to state level goals, we can look at those as stretch goals, whereas, the county is, let's try to get to that sooner. I think adopting that kind of a approach is good with what Councilmember Shrubnik is saying. And when we're looking at the CAE, I mean, every goal has an objective, and each objective has 3 elements usually to be specific to. Those are the standards. And while we might be the first in our region, we're not the first to do this. We're in fact very much behind some other states, and on the global scale, there are better actors, right? And we're only starting to catch up to our portion of the work on these issues, which is beautiful, and I'm glad we're here today. But we do need time measurable goals. We have to be able to report that too, especially when reporting out and applying to grants to help us get towards our mission. So we can't leave them, we can't leave it open-ended.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, do we want direction on that last point?
Yeah, I would just, I think as staff, just ask for clarification. I think we've had a good discussion on different ways to establish these goals and schedules, and we're happy to incorporate that into this element, however council would like. I think we just need kind of one piece of direction there. And my only last comment too with, and we can, this might be the area where we can also be more specific, but that new policy at the very beginning does, it says states the CAP shall establish specific targets and schedules consistent with the policy of this element. So I don't think it leaves it open-ended, but yeah, that's.
Deputy Mayor.
I think it's important that we have a distinction between the climate action element and the climate action plan. The climate action plan is the place where we should have the goals visible and set. I agree with the Planning Commission proposal that we use a little bit looser language so that we can, and we work from the climate action plan for these goals. I think it was incredibly straightforward. If we need to, at the very top, I felt like what Richard said covered it at the high level at the beginning of it. But I understand the questions that have been happened, but there's a separation between the climate action element, which guides the climate action plan. And I think it's incredibly clear to me what you were describing. I'm not understanding the need to impose specific goals within the climate action element based on what you've presented and what the climate action, our Planning Commission presented to us. I'll support what our council wants to go with here, but I don't think we need to be belaboring this so much this evening, especially as we're going to be hearing more about the climate action element next week, which sounds to me like it may clarify some of these issues. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
Well, I generally agree with what Deputy Mayor O'Kane said. I do think the details are in the CAP and that's where it belongs, but I would support what Councilmember Shrubnik said, which if we wanted to call out the Vision 2050 goals minimally, then that might be the level of a measurable commitment we've made as a city that would be consistent with CAP as well.
Any other comments? Anybody else have strong feelings one way or the other on between Councilmember Shrubnik and deputy mayors?
You don't want to get me started.
I support incorporating Councilmember Shrubnik's words. I definitely support that, especially as I think that is what the majority of council wishes. I just wanted to clarify the distinction between the element and the plan. And I think it's very important that we keep that clear.
Is there any objection to including the 2050? Okay. You have the direction you need?
Yep, I think we could probably add something into that first, either policy or something under the first goal. It's basically restating the goal of Vision 2050, which is reflected in the introduction.
And I'm sorry, apparently I missed Councilmember Fowle's hand. Councilmember Fowle?
Thank you. I was just going to say I support Councilmember Shrubnik's recommendation of the base goal being the state level 50. But I prefer that we match to a priority goal of the K4C. As we are regional players and we are working collaboratively on that, that's a goal we committed to. Anything less than that is kind of breaking with our agreement. And that's where I have concern. But other than that, I can, for the most part, support Councilmember Shrubnik's recommendation.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation.
So I think the next step would, we were planning to bring back an ordinance in November. I don't think there is any further discussion unless council wishes to see a further red line with the changes suggested tonight before we bring it back for ordinance adoption. So if we could just get some feedback on that question, please.
I think you could probably just bring it back as ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see objection to that. Staff report.
Yeah, two quick things, Your Honor. In rare cases during public comments, sometimes my coworkers are accused of things, and when I feel that it's not based in fact or not supportable, I have to make a decision. Do I grace those comments with a response, or do I stand up for my staff? And it's a balance, and it's a call that I have to make. But tonight, one of my staff was accused of abuse of power. I know that individual really well. I've known him for many years. I've never observed that in him, that it's never been demonstrated to me in him either. So I just want to go on record disagreeing with that comment. The other thing is this Saturday is Jack Crawford Day. It's from 9 to noon, and it's going to be a great park cleanup and habitat restoration project from 9 to noon this coming Saturday, Log Boom Park.
All right, council member reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
Yes, I just want to bring up the lack of
Is your microphone on?
disabled parking in Kenmore. You take a look down at the hangar. The only disabled spots we have is in the back of it, and you have somebody in a wheelchair. And I know one example specific, a little old lady in a wheelchair, and their older husband has to push her all around the building into the front to where she can get in. And then after they have a meal, he's got to push her up a hill to get back to where their car is. I really think that we need to be more considerate of our elderly population and trying to get more wheelchair spaces. The ballot box is another good one. There's no place for a handicap to pull in. There's no ramp there for one thing. And if we put a ramp in, it's only good for a couple of times a year. But the fact is, the way it is now, they have to pull all the way down behind the basement or in the garage to have a handicap spot that they can go drop their ballots off. So it's not very conducive to the disabled elderly people in our community. So I would just like have staff look at that. I know we have an ordinance for disabled parking spots, but I really think we need to take a better look at it since we have got an aging population in this city.
Councilor Marshall?
After our public safety meeting some months ago, I had asked our city attorney if we needed to incorporate the new legislation for a Blake fix on illegal drugs, and then staff has done some work on that. And the mayor points out and emphasizes that there needs to be a second from a staff member if I want to get that properly put on an agenda. And I'd like to get it on an agenda promptly, but I don't mind about when it is, so long as it's somewhere in near the end of this year. So I'm looking for a second to see if we can look at the staff's work to put the Blake fix legislation question on the agenda.
Seconded, Councilmember Vile.
I don't want to let this handicap issue drop. So if there's somebody who wants to support staff looking into it, I'd appreciate it.
We have a motion and a second, and it isn't just motion and second, it's also majority of folks on council to add something to agenda. Just for background, the thought that I had been having with the city manager was to put that onto the January retreat agenda, so we could have a discussion there. Would that work for you, council member? Because there's more than just one question. There's both the purely kind of procedural question of like taking out things like the paraphernalia requirements that are out of compliance now with state law. And then there's also the policy question around whether we fold in things and then prosecute misdemeanors or have King County do whatever King County is gonna do, which is a policy question, which is kind of separate. And I think it might warrant more of a conversation. And I thought retreat might be a better place for that, but sorry, I didn't have a chance to reach out to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate the complexity of it. I do feel, I understand we have one pending case that our prosecutor is looking at, and that's gives me somewhat of a sense of wanting to be able to do it before the end of the year, and then also just in the backdrop of the going a little bit into the substance, the fentanyl crisis and our repeated deaths and our increased deaths from fentanyl. I think it's important to try and get this issue worked out. And I think the legislature came up with a good solution. The city of Seattle has adopted a good solution. And I would ask to see if we get a majority to just put on the agenda sometime reasonable, I guess, before the end of the year or as soon as we can, whichever.
I think it might eat up a lot of agenda time with the budget coming up also though. So Councilmember File, did I see your hand up?
Yes, I have to agree with Councilmember Marshall. With pending cases, we could provide at least a little bit of clarification, even via a study session. We've had some great direction by our court experts not all that long ago, especially about where they want to see drug cases to be seen, not in the general courts, but in drug courts where the greater amount of services are actually at. So with that being said, I think it does make sense to pick that work up a little bit and bring it across the finish line. I think it would help other pending matters. And with the state of opioid crisis and what we're seeing in our own community, it's an appropriate time to really pick up the pieces.
Okay, so I hear two people in favor right now of adding that to an agenda. Are there other folks who want to add that to an agenda before the end of the year? Okay, I see three. I'm not seeing a fourth. So Councilmember Marshall, I would encourage you to bring that up with Michael when we're setting up the agenda for January.
That would that be for an agenda meeting?
The retreat.
Oh, for as the retreat? Okay.
Yeah, because you can add pretty much whatever you want on the retreat agenda.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I say add that as your topic, and we can have a robust discussion there. Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have any updates tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrebek.
No updates, thanks.
Deputy Mayor. Oh, wait, sorry, Councilmember File.
No updates. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, this will be fairly short, but I genuinely want to thank our council for the passing of the exceptional tree ordinance. It's just, I have a little funny story. When the giant sequoia of Kenmore just up the street was torn down, it really hit me hard. And I'm a pretty spiritual person, and something about that made me go to that property the day that I saw that it had been downed. And I sat there and just to get a sense of the importance of the work that we're doing here and why I'm on the council and things that are incredible. You know, each of us has a role, but for me, it was a really personal moment. So I went and I sat with the tree, well, the bark of the tree. And a woman who lived in the building next door in the housing that's just right up the street saw me sitting there. And she was there with her dog, and I believe her name was Carrie, but she waved at me and she said, "Oh, you know, there's a piece of bark left." And when I was there, I actually picked up this really beautiful piece of bark. And I thought maybe someday there'd be a way to express what it meant to me on that day. And what I want to say is thank you to this giant sequoia for giving us cause to take significant action sooner than we would have. It's incredibly sad that the tree had to be felled. Yet I think that we can all express some gratitude to the action that this lovely tree brought us to today, and as we go forward with continuing our tree ordinances. So I just wanted to express gratitude to the gift of this tree to our community, what it did for our environment. And thank you to each of you here. Also our community members that did come out and stand in support of our trees. So that's it. I just really want to express gratitude to this beautiful tree and share with you that I was a little sentimental with it. Thank you.
I am looking forward to Jack Crawford Day on Saturday. I'm going to see if I can even pry the 16-year-old out to join me, although I'm not sure which side I place bets on that. I went and I saw Cry It Out over at As If. Highly recommend it. It's going for 2 more weekends, I believe. And I think that's all I have. So without more to come before us, Kenmore City Council is adjourned.